How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing well. This is an exciting new day. What the? Slipknot fan, what's up? How it be? Did you see that video posted on YouTube? Did you see that video posted of like the movement system? My super sick, awesome movement system. W? Oh, you did see it. Okay, you did see it. All right, just making sure. The game is looking awesome. Thank you. The game, I think it is looking. It's starting to look. There's a lot of stuff I got to redo, but I think the crawler is gonna have to be like redone, not from scratch, but definitely repolished because he's starting to look a little dated compared to the other assets. But I'm very optimistic because of the way things are going in general. So hopefully it'll continue to go that way. Hopefully it'll continue to go that way. You know. No, the little sprite. Yeah, yeah. The sprite. Yeah, the big issue. Well, I have a hard time like doing just the way he. Not so much the animation, but like the difficult thing is making them look good. Like I feel like I did the environment like a lot better, but it looks like a real. Doesn't it kind of look like a real game? I did have to revert on the, you know how they look like they spread out and stuff, and I did have to kind of go back on that because when I was having that wobble thing going on, when I wanted them to look like a swarm, I wanted them to look more like a swarm when you move them, but the issue is it kind of feels like they're not doing what you just told them, and so you run into this issue where it like conceptually sounds cool on paper, but then you try to control them, and it's like they're all just kind of. They're not listening, you know, in an RTS game. So I took that down a peg. I took down the wobble, and so they do have a tendency now, like they're told to like walk away from each other a little bit to cover more, to kind of not clump together, and I tuned that up a bit, and so that works well now. But it's getting there. It's getting there. Also, I think my next thing, swarm. Yeah, I wanted more of a swarm-like feel, but the problem is it just doesn't translate to like when you're playing. It feels terrible. Like when you tell units to go somewhere and they kind of go there, but they kind of do their own. Like they kind of navigate with their own like little weird movement. And it caused a lot of issues with them running into stuff. That was the other problem. They would run into stuff all the time, and that kind of and so I had to tell the program to be like, okay, if they're not like getting closer to target, reset target, like recal. You know, if so many seconds goes by and they don't find a pathway, they have to recalculate it, which did fix the issue. But so. There's just I had a bunch of stragglers just kind of getting caught on stuff. So I had to, like, redo that. Like, the way they bump into each other a little. The bumping is fine. The bumping, it's okay. I don't mind them, like, clipping into each other a little bit because that prevents a lot of issues. What I'm like as long as they separate, as long as they have like a gravitational like desire to move away from each other, it works fine. Because you have to make a compromise, you know. Like if I make them hard and rigid, they'll always just kind of not get to where they need to go. So I made them very like if I have a bunch of crawlers and I tell one to go through the crowd, he will nudge them. Like you'll see him like they get nudged, but he kind of goes through them. But you still see the effect of them kind of getting nudged, and perceptually it still registers as like okay, they got moved. Like he did interact with that crowd as he was going through it, but it's like a soft system. So and those compromises will have to be made, but yeah, I'm really happy with where I am right now, and we're gonna be moving forward. Hopefully, yeah. I think my next thing, like to complete the main game loop, I'm going to complete the main game loop. I'm going to create personnel, and you take out the personnel. And once the humans are clear, the basic game loop is done. Like you spawn in with your guys, you take out the humans. That is like the basic fundamental game of each level. And so from there, I'll just grow the complexity. And you know what I mean? So I'm very excited about where we're at right now. And I just, like I said, I just need more time. I've been uber busy. Yeah. Coolio! Welcome. Hollow Rain says, yo, what's up, Hollow Rain? Welcome. Seems like everyone's like up and bright and early today. What the? Even when I put in like 40 crawlers, I still did not have issues with them. Like, because one of the problems is like sometimes you tell them to go somewhere and they register that they got there by running into an invisible point. But if the ones in the front are blocking the view, they can't get there, so they just like stutter. So you have to like fix that, and so there's like a lot of issues. But it looks like right now things are like running pretty smoothly. So. I have to walk the doggo in a short while, so I'll be back soon. All right, buddy. I walk the dog. It's seems like today is like really nice weather out there, so I'm really happy about that. It's not pure hell, so that's nice. Always appreciate when it's not super bad. Will the background be smoothed out? I noticed that pixelation is pretty harsh and jagged. Will the background be smoothed out? The pixelation? I'm not sure what you mean with the... No, it'll be... The art style is gonna stay the same. I'd have to have you show me what I mean. I like the way the game looks, personally. I'm gonna stick with the... Stick with kind of basically like the way the doors and tiles look. There's just gonna be more of them and more variations of them. And... sort of increase the difficulty from there, increase the complexity from there. But in terms of like how things look, that's gonna basically be the way it looks. Remind me to take a picture of how the tobacco is dried. Oh, I might just leave him alone. I might just leave that project alone from here on out. I'm probably not gonna, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna super worry about that. Like, except whatever, you know. I'm not like super committed to that. It's okay. I can live without tobacco leaves. I just did it more of as a goof, you know. It was more of a goof. Just have to keep it dry from rain and stuff like that. Yeah. I got out of this project what I wanted. You know what I mean? I got out of it what I wanted. It was interesting. I know what tobacco leaves look like. I chewed on a few of them. I smoke a pack a day. If we learn how to make tobacco, then we can smoke. I can save up a lot of cash. True. Yeah, no, smoking is expensive for sure. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like you can kind of grow a lot of tobacco. Like if you're really committed to the project, you could definitely do it. If you see a digital line, it looks like a uh, if you see a diagonal line, it looks like a stair zigzagging. Um, you see a diagonal line. I think you might be talking about the spots that don't have a triangle piece in there yet. I think you're talking about, if I understand correctly, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, I think what you're talking about is like those pieces of the map that don't have a triangular piece fitted into that spot yet. Those triangles exist, or like the base model for that. Like I can put those in, but they don't exist everywhere. Or that's what you might be talking about, I think. But the triangles will be put in down the road. I think that's what we're talking about right now. But some of them will just be like that, I think. I gotta I mean, and also the game doesn't have any kind of bones underneath it. Right now it's just the crawlers with a movement system. There's not really a whole lot to it right now. It's a diagonal line instead of being a smooth straight line. Looks like micro steps. Do you mean the way that, do you mean the way they move, or do you mean like the crawler movement was like that, or you're saying like the sprites themselves have big pixels that go? If you're talking about that will, if you're talking about the art style, like that's just pixel art. You know what I mean? Like that's just what it is. Like you see like pixels and stuff. Yeah, take a screenshot because I'm not. I don't think I understand. Because if you're talking about the big blocks that the map is constructed out of, that's more of a the tile sets aren't set in there that would kind of smooth that out. If you're talking about just like the art style, a pixel art, then yes, it will be like that basically. Still busy at work. We'll check back later. All right, Coolio. Coolio Yellow. Thank you, thank you. Oh, the camera is moving around because it's touching a table. Let me see if I can move that over just a hair. I just need it to not be in direct contact, and we should be in a clear. Good. I stayed up till maybe 7-ish a.m. Just doing stuff. I didn't like go to sleep. No, it was like 6, maybe, I don't know. It was like 5 or 6 or something like that. I went to sleep for a few hours and then I woke up. And here I am. I had to get up because I thought I was going to have a thing to go do, but the thing is not available. the thing. Circuit, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Doing okay. My home lab is down. Home lab. Are you like a work from home kind of guy? Looking good. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the flattery. I know you mean the picture. Server. Oh, nice. Gotcha. Yeah. My buddy. I have a friend. I was helping him move. He's one of these. He's one of these. I have a server in my house for some reason in his basement, and it was hella heavy to move. The rack for the server. I'm unemployed. I'm 15 level. Oh. I should have known. Should have known somehow. Should have known that. Not gonna get got again though. No problem. Yeah, but if you're man, some of these people that have servers in their basements, man, they he's like into that stuff. He self posts. I'm like, he calls it self hosting. I'm like, I don't know what you're saying right now. Like, I don't know what you're saying. And he's like, you need a server. I'm like, for what? Like, I literally don't understand what he's like even saying. Why would I need a server? Guys, don't let your computer friends talk you into getting a server. I made a screenshot of what I mean. I put it in gaming talks. Let me check it out really quick. What the? Basically, like, I might go over that, but basically, yes. Like, the way the top of that door that you're pointing out looks, to me, that looks fine. That's just, like, part of the sort of the lived-in metal kind of look. In some spots, the concrete can be touched up, but basically, yes. I had to break up the line of, like, that line where, like, because of the way you put in sort of edge highlighting to differentiate things. If you just draw like a smooth line, like let's just say it's like a really bright white line, then like two grayer ones, and it looks very oddly symmetrical. Like everything looks like it has like this perfect symmetry. That's why I went in and put like little divots and cracks along those lines to kind of give it a little bit of like concrete isn't like perfect kind of thing. So that was a thought behind that. As far as like should it be touched up, I don't know. We'll kind of see as my skill increases in the pixel art game. Maybe I will go back and refix it. Right now, to me, it doesn't look offensive. I'll be back in 30 minutes. I'll be off back in 30 minutes. I'll be off. Be back in 30 minutes. Nice. I'll be here. Thank you. Circuit says it's fun. I was watching some people making mods. I was watching some people making mods, and they had this interesting thing. And this is kind of how Valve did it too. I probably should have followed this strategy. Sorry, my dog is tapping on the floor. It sounds like someone's like hitting the house from the outside. Um, what was I talking about? Um, when I was looking at like videos of like when Valve was developing Half-Life 2, they had this thing where like the entire map was made out of orange blocks, and they were just like numbered or something. And so I thought that was really. I should have probably did that, like kind of design the game first and then build out the looks of it, which I'm doing everything as I kind of go along. So it's definitely creating issues where I have to like go back and redo stuff. But by the way, is the music competing with my voice, or does it sound all right to you guys, or is it offensively loud? Let me know if it's bad. It's okay. Nice. Noise. I asked AI and it said yes. Diagonal lines are a fundamental challenge in game development. This jagged, pixelated effect is known as aliasing. Aircasing. It happens because computer screen display images using grids of square pixels struggle to represent angle lines smoothly. Yeah, I don't think that the reason I have that is not because of it. Like aliasing is for smoothing out like any diagonal line that like if you look at PC games before they were like had really high resolution, you could always see like the pixelated diagonal lines. This is a different this is more of an artistic choice to have done. Like that isn't something to be smoothed out really. It's supposed to hold that look of being pixelated. There's no way to like really fix it unless it's just a higher skill cap of drawing it in a more compelling way, because everything in that game is drawn by me in Sprite. So it isn't that there needs to like I don't need like more pixels in there really. Like it's supposed to be pixelated looking esque, if that makes sense. So Circus says, be right back. Nice. Basically, yeah, it's a pseudo retro style. I I landed on I landed like on. Well, I didn't really have a super clear vision of what I was going to do, to be honest. So it wasn't super coherent to me how or why I was gonna do something. I was just gonna like do stuff and then see until I like land on something I like and kind of develop it from there. There was no like strict understanding. So um but yeah, I'm happy with the way it went. I had a ridiculously high resolution when I first started, like really like 5,000 pixels or whatever per like tile, because I was going to initially draw every tile manually on paper, scan it in, yada yada, cut it out. And the original idea was to have like this artsy looking game, like the game was going to look like it was drawn on paper, which would have been kind of cool. But then I quickly realized that the volume of work that was required for something like that was so insane. It would take me just like years and years to make like a simple game. Like even a simple game would take forever. So I ended up just going digital with Sprite, and then I kind of slowly figured out the resolution that I wanted. And I still think I landed on something that was way too high. I still think I landed on something that's way too high, but it's fine. It's fine. I think I should have went lower, but honestly, like, good pixel art at lower resolution is a different kind of challenge. Like, it's really difficult to make compelling pixel art stuff. Like, the lower the res, the more it becomes, like, difficult. So I think I'm in a good spot for my skill level, and it does kind of open a door for me to be able to kind of... I think if I were to make another... Like, let's say I made this game. Let's say in 5 years, like, I make it. Whatever. Then I will go down by half. Like, my resolution will go down by half and make it more pixelated and just learn pixel art for realsies. Basically, just Geo says hello. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for the hello. Hello back. Like your art? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You should follow me on Instagram and my other social media. Do you have any inspiration for this drawing? Well, I think I titled the stream "Channeling Geiger," which is what I'm doing. I'm opening the third eye and letting his soul come through. Channeling Geiger. You know who Geiger is? You should look him up. Okay, that's the energy I'm kind of going for. That's the inspiration. Nope. Oh, there you go. Look him up. I think it's like H.R. Geiger or something. He kind of invented the biomechanical kind of worldview. He did a lot of that kind of. He was the inspiration. He basically designed the alien from the original Alien film. So he definitely opened like big new doors, I think, in art. think you were still able to capture the hand-drawn look for the game. Well, I mean, right, if, like, I wanted it to look kind of like, there's a game called We Survive or something, and it's sort of the same premise where, trying to think of it, it's kind of the same-ish premise, but, like, the visual style is like this pseudo 2D leaning world, so it's like it goes off into the distance a little bit, and you're like this guy, and, and it looks very hand-drawn. Like, if you look at that art style, that is like a digital style that looks like it's crafted and like drawn by hand or something. Like that one, mine looks more like this guy used Asprite. You know, it looks Asprite-y to me. It doesn't look like I'm trying to make the tiles look more like, you know, break up the sort of the digital you know, especially with me making a grid game, it's very easy to like make everything kind of look like it has like there's like your brain just sees this symmetry of all these blocks. Like it just sees this perfect symmetry, and it's very odd to look at. Like it's noticeable, and so I'm trying to like break that up the best I can with like making like kind of shifting or putting like dents and stuff, and like just enough visual differentiation to where you get this perception of anyway, that's what I'm moving towards. Mouse, PI, and Cuphead are drawn right. Right, and but that's the thing is that it's like, is it worth you know, is it worth doing that? For me, the answer is no, but for me, it ended up like, I'm like, nah, it just isn't. It's like, it's taking like 8 times the effort, and then everything I do, you'd have, it's definitely doable, but you'd need a studio of people who know what they're doing. I mean, they like have to know what they're doing. If like I already kind of knew what I was doing, and everything didn't take so long, then maybe it'd be like worth making an artsy fartsy game, and kind of having that kind of like whimsical drawn charm. But for an RTS, like in hindsight, it seems like a very silly like idea, and it's like just a terrible idea. Like, you know, it'd be better for like more of a like an artsy fartsy game essentially. Not that I'm against it. I'm just saying that that's more appropriate, I think. I'm a huge Animaga fan, so my first impressions I had were reminded me to Evangelion. Reminded me to Evangelion. What the? Okay, I'm not well versed in my manga. So I don't know what you're referring to, but I totally get it. Is the guy on Twitch named basically like an anime called Akira? Basically just Geo. Do you like Akira? By the way, that I would put Akira in that frame like of movie like anime that is sort of you should watch. Like it's sort of in that on that level. You know, I've heard of Evangelion or whatever. Akira is a classic. Nice. Yeah, no, I love Akira. It's just that the thing is like, I just need it to be on that level. Otherwise, I don't care. Like, you know, the robot anime. Nice. If you watch it, you know what I mean. Yeah, no, if I did watch it, then I would. But I don't. I will say, like, I even like the Bubblegum Crisis. Coolio, was that what it was called? That bubble game, the one with the girls, and they have like robot suits and they fight bad guys in a city. Was that? Right. No, Akira has motorcycle. Right. I'm saying that I'm saying Bubblegum Crisis. Like I actually like kind of like just because of how crazy good the animation was, it was like pretty cool to watch. Think there were two versions of Bubblegum Crisis. The one I watched was Bubblegum Crisis 2040. Also, it's coming right up. Are you from the future, Coolio? What the? Evangelion was one of my most disturbing watches. What the? You expect a robot anime for 12-year-olds? Realize it's slowly drifting closer to 18 plus thing? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I think sometimes, like, some shows, they don't hold a tone well. Like, they don't, it does, like, I can't think of, like, a show right now, but there's, like, been a few movies where, oh, no, that's a bad example. I don't know, there's been a couple things where I would watch it, and it starts out like a teenager, like, fun movie. Maybe it's gonna get a little scary, and then the tone shifts into, like, this dark mode, and I'm like, whoa, what the? Disco Dancer, hello everyone. How are we doing today? We're doing great, thank you. I am doing fantastic. I'm thinking about maybe I need to go make some tea right now. You know, series is supposed to be futuristic because they're fighting robots that became self-aware. What the? How do they know? Like I said, I don't know if you can call them robots. Those things are disturbing but cool. Kind of like the game Industria, right? Like it's a game, but that was like the first one was really good. I liked it a lot. They're called angels. Coolio, honestly, I don't like. Honestly, I don't remember what everyone was called. I just remember being impressed by the animation and stuff. It'd be weird if I remembered all of their names. Like I was just off the get, like all four of the Bubblegum Girls. I was like, just knew all of them. But yeah, it's disturbing for local TV, but they showed it here. Yeah, sometimes I remember watching Critter, like RoboCop and Critters in Belarus. To be fair, that was like late night kind of watching, and like I snuck in there. But like I rewatched Critters like a year ago maybe, and I was like, whoa, I don't remember this being that dark. I remember it as like a Gremlins movie, kind of like fun, whimsical creatures doing bad things. But I was like, man, this is like a lot darker than I remember. And thinking back on it, there's a good chance it was probably like heavily edited. Right? So that's probably the other thing. They also showed an anime here with frontal nudity only blocked by suspenders. Okay, wow. I guess it's different in every country, right? Some juicy progress since I left yesterday. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's moving along at a pretty good pace. I mean, I did stream for 6 hours yesterday, so that's more than usual, but I do like that the progress has been progressing. Do you guys think that Powerpuff? Do you guys remember Powerpuff Girls on the Cartoon Network? Do you guys think that was like a ripoff of the Bubblegum Crisis? Like, was that the same idea basically? You like, but Slipknot says I like Bubblegum Crisis about some episodes in VHS. Yeah. No, I think they're worth having. Like, it's really good stuff in terms of just the quality of the show. Japanese angel is Tenshi, but they call angel Shito in speech and dialogue, which means apostle translated. The thing is, robots in Evangelion are well short Eva, so you realize Adam is also a big thing in Eva. You see how deep the lore is. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure there's like a lot of compelling mangas out there. It's just that there's only so many hours in a day. Has explicit nudity. What the? Well, then I won't be watching it. Just kidding. It's for symbolism. Oh, it's like, it's not for, gotcha. you can't get away from the 90s fan service, but mostly it's for psychological effects and symbolism. The nudity is like 90s fan service. Gotcha, gotcha. I mean, it can be tastefully done, right? Like, I do think that stuff. I do think like you can do that stuff, nudity and stuff as not sort of pseudo pornography. Like it can be done tastefully, I think, but just know that my eyebrow is raised. I'm watching them. Oh, what the? Guys, let me go make some tea. I'm sitting here tealess, yearning for a tea, and I just want to go make it. I'll be back in 4-ish minutes. If you guys can bear that, I need 4 minutes to make tea. Thank you. Alright, the tea is ready. I looked at my tobacco leaves and they are wilting a little bit. I placed them I placed one batch kind of under the hoof of the garage a little bit. So even when it rains, it doesn't get that much water. And they're wilting away. I really should go water them at some point. Maybe later on in the stream. I'll kind of jump out there for a second and just give them a little spray down. I just feel bad. I'm probably not even going to consume them at this point. Like, I already had my stint with it. Tea time, future oil. What the? In this economy? Anime has 26 episodes, and there's a movie. We replaced episode 25, 26. They had to rush the ending because budget was pretty much yeah. Isn't that always how it works? What the? The groundbreaking film Akira contains over 160,000 individual animation cells. To ground the massive scale of the project, the production also required 8,000 hand-painted like backgrounds and stuff. Yeah, cells to bring those sprawling streets of Neo Tokyo to life. Yeah, please buy me a ticket to Neo Tokyo. That's what I want. I bet like in the 80s and 90s, that's what Tokyo seemed like to foreigners. It seemed like a technological wonderland. I'm sure it somewhat like holds on to that effect, Japan. But probably not. I think like back in the day, like it really had that something to it. I gotta go. Good luck with your joint. Thank you, basically, just Gio. Thank you for hanging out. But yeah, I watched a little thing about Akira, about the making of it, and it was it's quite amazing the level of coordination between like all these groups of people that was required to make something like that. Like everything is hand drawn. Everything is like, I mean, just the rooms you would have to like store all of this stuff in a way where you like were able to find it, and I just imagine the logistical nightmare. Just imagine it. I know I couldn't be a part of a project like that. There's no way. Everything in my hands just kind of vanishes into thin air. That's why I do one picture at a time. If I were to put this off to the side and come back to it, it would just disappear the next day. At least my chat is back to working, right? Looks like it's been working fine yesterday and today. Hopefully that was just on Twitch's end and we won't have any of those issues ever again. You got your server back up? Nice, man. Would you unplug it and plug it back in? That's usually what I do. Turns out I accidentally unplugged the Ethernet switch at some point. Oh, yeah. You'll get that here and there. Yeah, no, I get it. Accidental unpluggings are definitely a thing. I had a similar situation with one of my bikes. The older bikes, they used to have like this valve at the bottom. You have to like turn to let the gas go in the carburetor. And I guess it was to prevent, because sometimes old carburetor, well, not sometimes, but old carburetors have like these floats in there in the carburetor that regulate how much gas gets into the valve or whatever. And if it ever gets stuck and the gas they don't close the gas off from flowing, the whole tank will leak out on the floor. So you'd have this valve near the tank, and if you get to put it in the on position, you get to go in your garage and find a huge puddle of gas. Yeah. Or if you don't turn it on, then you run out of, you think you're doing fine, and then your bike starts sputtering and spitting, and then you stop, thinking that you have a major issue. And you kind of do. You kind of do have a major issue, because you ain't going nowhere. And you will inevitably start to take stuff apart, unbolting stuff, only to find out that your little valve was closed. So, fun times. If I may ask, what do you use a server for? Like, what's the point? Like, what's the... I never felt like I needed to, like, ever have one. Like, is it just a hobby? Like, it's like airplane model, but you just like servers? Or is there something to it that, like, you're like, I just couldn't, like, you just couldn't live your life without a server? I don't understand why a normal person would ever need one. You must just, because you're calling it a home lab, I'm assuming you're just like a tinker enjoyer. I guess in a certain sense, like being able to back up the information, I don't know. Do you have the best traditional drawing tools, yes or no? I feel like I'm in a hostage situation. Like, I feel like I'm in a hostage situation. Like, answer. I ask the questions. Because I'm only allowed to say yes or no. Though that's the framework you gave me, I'm gonna have to go ahead and say yes. Home Assistant, Open Media Vault, and Proxmox started as a hobby, still is, but we are now using it partially across the house. More of a hobby if I had to choose. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, it's good to know, right? It's good to know. I don't know what I don't even know what a server is really. I don't know what you do with it. But yes or no? Damn. This guy's really pressing me. He wants a direct answer. He doesn't want to have this little speech. I'm gonna go with a no. I'm gonna go with a no. Data sharing, it's like a wireless USB drive for Home Assistant. Virtual machine, so basically you can have multiple computers running on one computer. You can access them across the network from things like your phone. That's that paragraph. Now that I'm looking at it, well, yeah, yeah. Well, thank you for that explanation. I did have a super techie friend, that was a different friend than I mentioned before. It was kind of cool, like he pulled out his phone, and on his phone he could like see his server or something. And he was like, here's all my media. And I'm like, but your phone can store media. Like, can't you just go to YouTube and have all of these songs streaming? Like, you know what I mean? That's sort of the... It's like a smart house that turns on lights when it gets dark or something. I have one of these dumb houses. I have to manually turn everything on. It's so dumb, and it's so dumb in here. All the doors I have to open manually. Ugh. You basically become the streaming service. You know what would be kind of cool though? This would be kind of cool. If I had a server in my house and we lived next to each other, and you had a server, and we ran some wires across the yard and connected our servers, wouldn't that be in effect like an isolated internet kind of thing? Like, wouldn't that kind of become its own like little internet? Isn't that what the internet is, but just on a bigger scale? Yet you could slowly like build out a network of an internet that only interacts with itself. So let's say you have like a tight-knit community, like Amish but more advanced, and you're like this little village of whatever, 15 houses. We all are on the same network. We communicate back and forth, but it's a completely isolated system that only communicates through Ethernet cords exclusively. There's no connecting wirelessly. Now, why you would do that? No idea. But it's kind of sounds cool, right? Am I right about that? Kinda, yes. Okay. Well, there you go. Big brains over here. Angel, thank you for stopping. How's it going? It's going really well, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Did you guys just see me use my big brain? I could see it getting brighter over there through the screen. In my room? In the room or on paper? What the? Saw stream coming out of your ears there. Saw steam coming out of your ears there? Oh, the big. Oh! I see what you. I see. That was the divine light. That was just the divine light. I didn't realize you were referring to the joke, so sorry. I used my brain up and I couldn't understand the joke because I already used my whole brain for the day. Big brain moment? Oh, I know. Hollow Rain says, yo, I'm back. How's the walk with the doggy? I bet she pulled for a bit, but learned is nicer when she doesn't. Not bad. She pulled for a bit, but learned is nicer when she doesn't. Oh yeah, no, I know. Yeah, my dog is a puller too. I never really like. I never really was able to get him out of that pull mode. To be, if I'm being honest, I just had to be really cautious and. I know when I've told this story before, but when I was watching these pit bulls for my friend, one was a female and it was Stella and Kip were the names, and they were both like I would say 60 maybe 70-pound pit bulls, like standard size, and obviously both pullers, like they're completely unaware of you when you're walking them, like, and stuff like that, like all the worst traits you could ever ask for, like all of that. And so I was watching because my friend, he's in the military, so he was doing something and he needed me to watch the dogs. By the way, total nightmare. I forget how long it was. I was like, dude, towards the end I was mostly the big thing was they didn't like my dog. I think I was always a little bit worried that they seemed like they were like sort of pseudo chill, but I could never really trust them. And so that part of that stressed me out a lot. And the other thing was, like, almost every day they would either have diarrhea or throw up or something on my carpet. But the other fun thing was that they would pull hard. Like, it's hard to even quantify how much power a pit bull has in its body. It sort of doesn't like even make sense. Like, it's crazy amount of power when they pull. And that's like a 60-pound like a little dog. It's absolutely terrifying. I get them in because when they're on the couch and you're playing with them, they seem kind of like rubbery and you can, like, you know, move them around. But like when they're pulling and they get intense, it's like, what is going on right now? The only way I walked her was with my skateboard, letting her pull me and let her have fun. Yeah, to me, I'm not speaking against, to me, there would be too many variables. Like, I'm not good enough at skateboarding and, you know, cars and kids, and if that dog veers off to the left hard or whatever, like, I would not get on a skateboard with a dog pulling me. That's too many things that could potentially go wrong. Unless it's like an isolated kind of a parking lot type of deal, that's the only way, but yeah, they're way too strong for me to let them kind of do that, because I can like face plant in like 2 seconds. I had one crash, yeah. Did you faceplant? But I was never on a skateboard. That's why I would not do that, because they're not aware of what they're doing. Although she got older, no walks, she was chill. On walks, she was chill. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my dog has mellowed out a lot, you know. He's mellowed out a lot. Like, if he saw a squirrel or a cat, it was just complete insanity. Like, just complete insanity. And now he's like, nah, I don't know. But now he's getting to that age where he's like really old, so... I'm back, got busy, gotcha. Nah, Lena, she's younger. She is 4 months old. Mmm. Yeah. I think the problem with Aries was I think he wasn't socialized at all. If I'm being, I think when I got him from somebody, he was just like a garage dog, and so he had no conception of what you know what was what. So it was sort of like you just couldn't break, just couldn't like break the old habits. He just he just did what he wanted, and so yeah, it was very difficult because I'm not a dog trainer, and he has just a lot of willpower. Like for his interest, for his own interest, he has like insane willpower. He'll pursue those things to his own detriment, like no matter what. This is the perfect time I can train her. Yeah, you're well, even if it's not a trained dog, just the fact that they're not just cooped up in a garage and they're not like interacting with people, that like already that's a really bad recipe down the road. Luckily he's not like aggressive. I'm just saying that he was like kind of out of it mentally. I bet he was hard to go through for both. It was a nightmare. Well, I'm over exaggerating a little bit, but yeah. Lean has a big yard and Toon cats, but she plays rough with them. She grabs them by the neck part and rubs with them. I'm scared she will break their neck. Yeah, I'll be careful with that, man. You know. And by the way, pit bulls, like when they play rough, it's a little it's uncomfortable to watch. It really crosses into that territory where like, wait, are you guys fighting? Or they have this tendency to kind of slowly rile themselves up until they're like kind of growling and biting, and I'm like, are they still playing, or should I be stopping this right now? Like, it's like what the. So yeah, I don't know what kind of dog, but I just noticed pit bulls, they have an intensity, and the intensity slowly goes up, and you need to know how to be like this has to stop right now. Like, you need to be able to like put a stop to it, because they will just spiral out of control. Like, it's crazy. Well, Aries is not really like that. Hip and Stella were like that. They were like typical, like they had a typical pit bull kind of mentality. Belgium Malina? Yeah. I don't know what that is, but I trust that it's awesome. She's a sheep or just like is she's a like a herd dog kind of thing? Like she like are you saying she's like a like a shepherding dog? Sarah Gigo, hi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hope your day is going great. Yeah, I think the shepherding dogs are definitely very like they're like smart, you know what I mean? How are you guys doing? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah. I'm gonna be not as okay when it gets hotter here. Actually, let me turn this fan on. I don't know why I don't have my fans on me. Guys, ever since I bought this fan, like 2 months back, I literally have never, so is it in the mic? It hasn't stopped running since I got it. It like runs, it's been running, and I love it. It's got the solar panel, you can put it outside and charge it. I don't, right? I don't have all day to wait for that, but it's got a USB-C plug, USB. It's just fantastic. Just the best thing ever. It's got lights. Not that I need them, but it's like for outdoorsy people. I'm not one, but I do enjoy a good fan. Let me put it over here. Boom. Perfect. It was like $36. Best money ever spent. And I literally haven't turned it off once. It's been spinning for 2 months just straight. Like, that motor has just gotta be almost dead. I don't know. That's exactly just... They are mostly used in the military. Gotcha, yeah. I think I have a police officer... I wouldn't say friend. We actually don't say hi to each other. I kind of dislike the guy, but... No, I'm just kidding. But he has, like, one of these, like, police dogs, and it's not a German Shepherd. Usually it's, like, German Shepherd. It's kind of, like, what they go for. But this is, like, some kind of, like, smaller dog. It might be a Shepherd, I don't know. And it's one of these, like, kind of skinny, like... Not skinny. Like a small shepherding dog, or whatever. And, it's clearly like a police dog, and it like sits in his front lawn and doesn't like respond to it. Like, he doesn't bark. It just looks at people, and then he gives it commands and it follows. It's pretty cool. Police dog Chihuahua. Well, those are the best ones. Yeah. If I was in the force, I would be like, give me a Chihuahua for sure. You know, an animal that shakes in 80-degree weather. Shepherd Pro Mini. Yeah, you just throw them you just take it and you just throw it at the bad guy and it just latches on. And yeah, you just need like 6 of them and they just latch on and slow them down. That's what Chihuahua rhymes with piranha, right? Hot weather sucks. Truth. Truth. I can only take so much of it, you know? I'm really appreciating, though, that the nights have been, like, cooling off. Like, the weather has been, like, getting, you know... It's been going down to 17 Celsius, I would say, at nighttime. So, like, the house does cool off a lot. Like, when you wake up, it's actually kind of nice in here. So, that's been a nice thing. Future Whale says noise. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Like that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. I think I'm going to actually pitch black out. Everything that's like black is going to get pitch black out. I learned that is possible. I've seen people do it now. Oh, this is mixed media paper. You guys. Another secret that was unlocked for me from watching Mikey May art was he took graphite, like real graphite, like this Conte Paris, like charcoal pencil. This is just like charcoal or whatever. You grind it up, you put water in there, and it turns into a paint. And because this is a mixed media, I can actually get very crazy with this paper. And I'm debating on whether I should tackle that corner with that technique, because I can always fix it by just, you know, doing more, cause like if I pitch black it out and stuff. So it's like sort of fixable, just because I can just always add black until like it is fixed. But I'm debating on whether, because it's such a advanced thing, or maybe it's not. But when I tried it last time, I was like, oof. I wasn't ready for what it was doing. So I'm kind of debating, should I do it now and play around with it? Do you guys dare me to or no? You guys dare me, Double Dog? Sarah Gigo, thank you for the fox emote. Appreciate it. Man, this tea is really good right now. It's really hitting. It's really hitting. Hitting good. So what I can do, what I can kind of do is I have these bottle caps I use for my painting Warhammer miniatures, and I can put the dust of my pencil in there, like scrape it in there, water, and experiment. And I don't think the reason I'm willing to do this is I don't think I can ruin this because I'm on mixed media paper. I can afford to like get really reckless with this paper and then just fix it anyway. So that's kind of what I'm debating on doing right now. The only thing is I have a bunch of fans, so I'm afraid this dust is gonna fly everywhere right now. It's like it's sort of okay. I just started shaving it and it's like flying forward. Like it's the craziest thing. Like I'm shaving it down, but it's going forward on the page. It's the craziest thing. Let me see if I can turn this fan off temporarily. If that'll help the situation, because there's also a little fan up here cooling down the camera. Because it gets hella hot up there. But I like chihuahuas, they taste like chicken. What the? We do not endorse eating of chihuahuas. We stand firm with the chihuahua community. I'm gonna go for it, guys. I'll show you exactly what I'm doing. No secrets here. I accidentally tipped it. Damn. I didn't want that to happen. I'm gonna shave it down like this so it's more stable. I don't know what the ratios are, so we're playing it by ear right now. We're playing it by ear. Shaving it down. I'm gonna get like what feels right. I don't know how much is too much, to be honest, so. I'm just kidding. Oh. I'm gonna have to report you to the Chihuahua police. Alright, I think I... Okay, I think I have enough there. Okay, so this is what I have so far. It's pure charcoal in a bottle cap. I know, exciting stuff. And I'm going to take my, where I keep my sort of water. And I'm gonna find a brush that is appropriate. Let's see, which one of these like rect brushes can I use? I think I'll use this one. It's kind of crappy, but it's serviceable. And we're just gonna mix. I'm just gonna mix the charcoal with the water. Maybe this is the secret to the whole. How do they get so much of white paper to be like pitch black, right? Because it takes forever to like just sit there with a pencil and do it. It just. You eat Chihuahua too, Yuri? Do I eat Chihuahuas? I have never tried a Chihuahua, but why are you asking me if I eat Chihuahua? It kind of looks like it's not really mixing. Like, you can see that there's like these layers. What the hell are you talking about? No, Saragigo, I don't eat chihuahuas. We were kidding about the chihuahua. We don't eat chihuahuas. They probably taste like chicken anyway, let's be honest. Okay, so I'll kind of hit up this corner. We're like in this corner. Chris says this is interesting. Thank you, Chris. And I'm gonna take a big risk. We're gonna try and we're gonna let it like dry and then hit it again. It doesn't look like it mixed very well, does it? Thank God you don't. No, I don't eat dogs. Like, I don't eat dogs and stuff. So that spot is wet, so I'm gonna kind of go to this spot where I know it's gonna be also pitch black. I'm just gonna kind of start working this area in. I feel like last time I remember it mixing a lot better. You know what? You know what? What the? You know what would kind of work too? Is probably just acrylic paint, right? Like, why would I not just be using acrylic paint right now for this? And so I'm gonna let that dry, and then I'm gonna hit it again, right? Like, I'm gonna let that kind of chill. I like the effect. We're just saying that there are certain dogs that will qualify as a police dogs. Yeah. The other thing I could do is use coffee. I just don't have any coffee. This is going to be interesting. I'm kind of excited. I'm actually like kind of excited right now, if I'm being honest. I think I should have mixed it longer. It seems like it's getting a little smoother now. And we're just gonna like keep coming back to this area and just keep making these like areas that I know are gonna be like super dark. We're just gonna keep hitting layers until it like is pitch black, right? Man, what an unlock! What an unlock! Thank God I was watching him that day. He probably has like a. I got this from Mikey's Mayart. You guys should check him out. Totally stealing his idea here. I never would have thought that you can paint using mix graphite with water and create like a paint-like substance. I wonder though how the pencil is going to draw on top of this painted surface, if it's going to be a little bit rougher or if it's going to be okay. I do kind of wonder, but it'd probably be okay, I'm guessing. It's not going to be too bad, but we're going to kind of see. Alright, I don't know if this is dry enough yet. I want to be careful. I'll give it like a good 30 minutes before I come back and do it again. I don't want to hit, there's always that temptation to Let me prepare a little bit more just for when we come back to this. I'm really happy with what I got, but let me get my pencil. Do it as well. You have pencils dished for that. I do it as well. Oh, you have pencils designed for that? Gotcha. So I'm gonna prepare some more of this. I think this is the same stuff that blue alien drank in the movie Prometheus. You guys remember that? And then he like promptly died. I'm just gonna prepare it that way it has time to stew. It'll have time to cook. Okay. Probably not from now. It's me make stuff as is light. As is light. Nice. Need this bottle cap to not turn up capsize on me. I'm gonna leave it over here. I'm gonna add a little bit more water because it is hot in here. It's gonna evaporate. I'll get that later. Alright. So we're gonna let that sit. We're gonna let that paint kind of like sit on here and go back to like drying, and we'll kind of hit the paint again in like 30-ish minutes when I'm confident that it's still a little bit, it's got a little bit of a wetness, like it's from Fifth Element, As Is Light. You know what? I haven't seen that movie in quite a long time. Although I remember liking it. It's very good. This is looking amazing. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of in the boring corner right now. I'm like, I gotta work on this corner, and there's a lot of just, you know, penciling around, but like I was saying the other day, I want to have this kind of taken care of and out of the way, and then that will it'll just be easier to not render stuff out, because it's so uncomfortable to be here that it's just better to do it now than later. You got to do the boring parts to make the other parts stand out. Truth. And for a long time I had like just this lack of patience, and I think now I have the patience. I've learned. Although sometimes it's like you don't know if it's gonna be worth like, right, the rendering time. So you're like, oh man, I don't want to put all this effort into it, and then like the baseline picture just isn't good enough to like justify. So, but I think this one is gonna be strong. I think in this case we're like in a really strong position. So I gotta move around. Brian Acosta says, "What's up, everyone?" Hey, Brian. Thank you for the follow. What effect of the background are you looking for? Chris, I'm going to basically, like, everything that is not the machine or skeleton or these wires is going to be basically pitch black. Like, just pitch black darkness. that's what we're slowly moving towards, and or close to it. But that's the effect that I'm trying to create. Yeah, thank you for all the follows today. I appreciate it. Do we still have music, or did we? Do I need more quarters? Sorry, it's my favorite dad joke. It's like my favorite like high school teacher like lame joke. Let's see. We're out of music, but mm, 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 tried and true. Tried and true. Can't go wrong with a little bit of a. What the? I got an ad. They're slipping through. What the? But I'm sub. Sub again. Sub one more time, just to show them that you're not gonna stand for the. No, I don't. That's crazy. I think they just. Yeah, I don't know. That's wild. Did I run out of tea already? Oh, it just expired. Man, they hit you fast. Oh, like they didn't even give you 5 minutes. They're just like the second it expired, it's like the second you're like. Remember we were talking about seeing commercials with your eyes closed? That would be funny. Like you have to pay to like remove ads when you close your eyes for a second. You have to pay subscription, or when you sleep, like, so you don't see commercials, and then like you forget to pay, so you just see like the Toyota like logo every time you close your eyes. They took the opportunity to slip an ad. They said, I'm enjoying too much. Yeah. Oh. Just think of the sweet ad revenue. Shiba says, nice drawing like usual. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this is a really strong one. And I think, I posted my whip on Instagram the other day. My work in progress, and I think I need to do that more often, to be honest, because it's like there's really no reason to wait like half a month between posting pictures, because like I think that there's as long as I get a big enough chunk of the picture done, I think it's worth posting it. And I think people really I think people liked the thing that I posted, so I think I just sometimes I worry. I'm like, I want to post more often, but it's like you can't just post the same thing, right? Like, or if I render a little bit, like if I were to render this block and I were to post that again, it would look a lot like what I just posted. So it's kind of like, it's like this thing. You expired. Got a KFC ad though, so it isn't that bad. Oh, I love KFC, yeah. Man, back in the day, they used to have these wraps. They were just fire. KFC used to be like really good back in the day. I haven't been there in a minute, to be honest. I haven't been there. I said it. My sub expired on me. I'd be chatting if it expired. Nice. Now you guys are making me want to go buy KFC. Maybe, you know what I need to do? Maybe I need to have a separate camera for my sharpening when I lean over so you guys can see what that looks like. Not that you're really missing out on any sort of super action, but just so you maybe I'm just sort of half thinking. I just honestly I don't know if I have enough like USB ports in my computer anymore. I think everything's like taken up by something. This is what Twitch wants us to do? Yeah. This kind of church choir music is like, I feel like it's adding to the ambience of this picture, of the Machine Dread kind of vibes. I feel like the music is barely audible now. Hey guys, work phone time? Are you working? Are you going to do work now, or were you working? Either way, we appreciate you hanging out, Future Will. Why don't you go to Costco and bring us a new adventure story about your Costco adventures? What the coolio? Thank you. Appreciate the sub. The support is much appreciated. 8 months. Commissar Skull, welcome, man. I actually have to get the phone. Gotcha. Been working all day. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. May you win the lottery. And when you do, let me know how much we won. Holiday sent us soap. Says hi, Holiday. Sorry, I don't know. My brain glitched out in the middle of that. But yeah, thank you, Cool. I appreciate the sub. You know how starving artists are, always starving and. Thank you, Coolio. My God, you are funding this entire project. Coolio pays for all my art supplies, basically. Kula is a superhero? True. You're getting under $1 for each sub? Yeah, I know it's got like the region thing or whatever. But I still greatly appreciate it. Okay, I think I can. I think it's dry enough. I don't think I feel any dampness in the paper, so I'm gonna go round 2 for the color. Again, this whole thing of like using mixing graphite with water, I got this idea from I was watching Mikey Mayart he was at work working for game studios, and he started streaming again. And I was watching, and I was just like, he just unlocked, like, I just in the time of me watching him for like an hour, I unlocked like two great revelations, like two big like mind altering like things. I forget what they were. This is one of them. Like, this is one of the two, but I forget what the first one was. I had two big what the moments. Alright, let's try. I'm gonna go from the corner. It didn't get as dark as I was hoping, but it's okay. I think you gotta mix this stuff pretty well. I think I'm part of the issue is I'm just not mixing it enough too. But it's still working, despite the little issues. It's still working. And eventually, right now it looks a little chaotic up in this corner, but I promise we'll bring it home. It's gonna take a little bit of patience and just going over and fixing stuff. But it's there, basically. Like, the infrastructure is there, we just have to work out the details. I could almost use this in, honestly, I could almost use this in other areas too, for other, like, purposes. Because it does have a nice gray, like, it's a nice even gray. I could, like, kind of put more emphasis on this skeleton, and then kind of paint him gray to cover this area that I want. Because this is the back, his back is going to be, like, kind of dark in the shadows. So I could do that. I'm not going to do it right now because there's already like a lot of visual chaos on the page that I don't want to like add in more of that. But in theory down the road that might be a path of thought, because it is laying down like fairly evenly. The other thing is just using acrylic paint. There's really no reason not to. I just like the idea that I'm still sort of holding on to the pencil's spirit because I'm using the graphite mixed with water. So I'm still holding on to that, like, energy. In theory, it's the same substance. We're just kind of applying it differently. I think I put enough wetness on here. I'm gonna kind of let that rest again for about half an hour-ish, I think, is what I feel comfortable with. And now we're gonna like kind of merge that with a pencil lead more and more until like they kind of meet in the middle. Mr. Poopy Fart Mick Poopy Pants. More wetness, more wetness. Nice. The people yearn for it. Just the Conrad says, what the? They've subscribed for 8 months. Currently, what the? Thank you, Just the Conrad. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Your feverish loyalty will moist. Your feverish loyalty will not go unnoticed. Always gotta support you, man. How you doing, bud? I'm doing great. Although I had like this weird thing where I stayed up last night working on something, and it kind of turned into like 2 a.m. rolled around, and I was like wide awake, like just wide awake. And I'm like, okay, I have to do something at 9, and I'm like, I could probably put it up till 10. So I was just like doing like if I just stay up, it's only like I'm like 6, 7, 8, like. I'm like, so that's like 7 hours from now. I could just like stay up probably. So I stayed up till about 5 or 6, and then I slept till 7, 8, 9, 10. Like so, like 2.5. Like, so I had like a very weird sleep thing. But like other than that, and I feel weirdly like energetic and fine. I think I had like power sleep because like I was so exhausted when I finally did go to sleep. It's just I hate like, man, I just hate like when I have energy at 2 in the morning, and then it's like, you know, you hit that wave where you're just working on something, and it's just all the stars align, and you're just like into it, and it's like, damn, it's like 2 a.m., but I gotta get up in 4 hours. It's like, you know, that sucks, but that's the dude. I did drink the McDonald's comp. Was that correlate? I don't remember when I drank that. It might have... Dude, they're putting something in there, I'm telling you guys. They're putting something in there because, like, I was like... You know, and then of course, like, I was getting a little tired, so I hit up the black tea. Because it doesn't hit you like coffee. It's a little bit of a softer, kind of like... It's a little bit of a softer drink. So I was, like, keeping it going with the tea. And yeah, I had like one of the best nights ever just working on my projects. And when I was done working on some computer stuff, I started painting the miniature models and listening to podcasts or whatever. And I'm like, dude, this is how life should be. Like, you just like go to sleep at 7 a.m., wake up God knows when. Like, that is the perfect life. Like, I know, and it's actually really good. Recently, I actually looked up what could be similar to McDonald's coffee to make at home. It's McDonald's coffee is shockingly good. Shockingly good. Make no mistake, they're putting something in there because it's like it's a little too good. Sometimes I just like, especially after the stream, I'm just like, man, that would hit so hard right now. And by the way, I get the large 3 cream no sugar. And it still tastes pretty, like it tastes good on its own, like it really does. Unless of course they just decide to give you like a burnt cup of coffee, you know, it's just burnt into oblivion because it's been sitting there for 6 hours. If it's not that, it's pretty good. You know, I'm kind of looking at this right now, like over here, and I'm kind of liking this texture. Like, I can almost see like doing some like Dark Angel stuff, or like kind of like that, the way that texture, like obviously I'm gonna pitch black that out, but you can kind of see something emerge here. You know what I mean? Like some, it almost looks like a rock wall, like of a mountain or something. Like it's like rocks. I'm really digging kind of like how that accidentally worked out. For just future reference, I might have to kind of dig into that because I'm like, damn, that looks pretty. I can either see like a wing or like even the texture of like rocks, like a side of side of a mountain. There's something there. Something's there. I see it something like stalagmite. Yeah, something, right? I see the hanging king of rock that looks like it dripped over decades in a cave, centuries actually, hanging kind. Hmm. I like your work. Keep it up. What is inspiring you from where are the ideas? Well, I mean, this is definitely like, you know, channeling Geiger energy. I mean, this is what inspired it. Just drawing sort of bizarre, like machinery slash sort of cosmic kind of horror stuff. Like, yeah, definitely like Geiger-esque kind of stuff here. Your art style is really nice. Well, thank you. Thank you. You want to follow my Instagram? That's where all the goods are. I keep them all over there. You don't have to. No pressure, but yeah. Circus says looking really good. It's worth a look. Well, maybe you should give me a follow. Guys, I'm not above e-bagging. You know what I mean? I'm not above e-bagging. I gotta do what I gotta do. Ah, I broke it. Damn. I think it's even a thing that people tend to follow if a YouTuber or streamer is asking to. It's even a thing that people tend to follow. It's proven. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Well, it's just so easy to forget, right? Like, sometimes, like, somebody says hit the like button. Sometimes if they say it too generically, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna hit the like button. I don't like the tone that you just, you know what I mean? But if it's like a genuine, I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it's just easy to forget to smash the like button or follow or whatever, you know, whatever the thing is. I realize that I'm building all this infra, and our fiber is still only 80 Mbps. I'm assuming that's really slow, but are you when you're doing the server stuff, is it like, I mean, that stuff gets outdated, right? Or are you gonna run your setups for like the rest of your life? Because like that stuff, you know, server racks and all of that stuff, like it's like expensive, you know. And I just can't imagine having a hobby where it's like you're draining such, you know, so much money. Megabits per second, yeah. No, that's poop, man. That is poop speeds. You need something faster for sure. I don't know. I mean, if the thing is like if it's servicing what you need it to do, then it's like no big deal. But if you feel like you need to move up, then because I'm broke, probably yes, but I'm using regular PC components as Raspberry Pi. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I bought one, but mine never turned on, or I was just not smart enough to turn it on. But I don't need. I might have bought like a lemon or something. I don't know. But I thought for a second I'm like, it would be cool to get like one of those Raspberry computer things, and I've seen even people like running OSs on them and stuff, and I was like, whoa, this is like real like kind of heavy nerd kind of stuff, and I was like, I thought it'd be cool to do, but turned out that I couldn't get it to turn on, so I gave up. I'm like, there we go. It might, you know what it might have been too, because it was a USB plug. It might have been that like I plugged it into the wrong USB port that didn't pull enough power, and that's maybe why it didn't power on. Well, like now that I'm thinking about it, because I had an issue with this. This monitor is a USB-C plug-in monitor, and I initially fed it through from a USB from my back of my computer, and it would like the computer would start, it would turn on and turn off, and it just didn't have enough power draw to like from a computer USB, and I had to use a like a wall USB plug to USB-C, and then it was fine. And so I'm thinking like, did it just not turn on because I just didn't give it enough power? Possibly. That's all in the past now. You're 15, you don't even know what broke really feels like? Yeah. Truth. You need to put a jumper to have it powered on using USB cable. Put a jumper to have it power. I just know my computer wasn't pulling enough to power this little monitor here. It's like a miniature monitor that I use just for chat. It's very awesome. I like it a lot. I'm slowly preparing this skeleton to be able to shade in the back of it. It's just not ready yet. Your power supply might be too weak depending on the PI model. I plugged in the thing that it came with. It needs at least 3 amps for me and be connected directly to the PSU. Don't plug PI directly into a PC. Well, there you go. PC USB ports usually provide on. Yep, well, there you go. That's probably what happened. And here I am blaming the manufacturer. You know, but you live and learn, right? So now we've lived and now we've learned. Let me. It, if I do, it's I know exactly where to look for it. Give me 1 second. It's I have a bunch of computer stuff on my thing. I don't think I have it, but if I have it, I know where to look for it. It'll only take 5 seconds, and if it's not there, I don't have it anymore. 1 second. I might have it. Yeah, no, I must have thrown it out. I must have thrown it out. It's not there. I have a pile of like old stuff that I wasn't using, and I'm like, yeah, if it's not in there, then it's gone for sure. I probably threw it away because I thought it was, you know, not working. I don't understand anything about technology conversation. No, I yeah, I know. What? Um, it's neither do I mostly. I just know how to turn my PC on. Throwing electronics. Coolio. I threw it because it wouldn't turn. I thought it was broken. I thought it was a lemon. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have thrown it if it was functional, but it wasn't. Or at least my perception of the situation was that it was not functional. I have to go. See you soon. All right, buddy. Saw a YouTube video that tries to make a 10 plus year old 3D printer back to life. It isn't an easy. It isn't an easy battle. Hmm. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've never messed with 3D printers yet. One day, perhaps. EMP Eminem. This kind of style is very patient. Hmm. Well, I think that you're right. I think you're right. It does take some patience. You're not wrong. Okay, hit it with the paint again, or not paint, but our little mixture here. Keep working that area down till we get a. Brando Calrissian, welcome, man. Nice, thank you. I hope you're having a great day also. Can definitely see this coming out nice towards the end when we get like really dark in that corner. That's gonna look really nice, I think. You can already kind of see it taking shape. I think you can kind of see it taking shape, and obviously the wires are going to be a lot darker, but I need this to be dark. Digging this piece. Love how clean you work too. Thank you, Dre's Doodles. I think, yeah, I think this will be, you know what I mean. We'll bring it home. We'll bring it home for sure. Right now, I feel like there's a lot of like chaos here, which I almost like this like weird texture a little bit. Like it adds something to it, almost. But I'm gonna try and clean that out, clean it up. But yeah, I am, dude. I'm excited about this piece. It's going back to white paper and stuff. Like, yeah, I gotta build up the whole picture, but it has its advantages and disadvantages. You know, the other thing is, like, you know how pencil creates, like, this... When you, like, pencil something, it kind of creates... It kind of hits the top of the paper, and sort of the surface gets covered, but then you see, like, in between where it's hitting, there's, like, the paper isn't getting hit. Because the pencil isn't, like, sharp enough, and so it kind of creates this glazed layer, and you can't like push past it to make it darker. I feel like putting paint, not paint, but the little graphite water trick, it like resurfaces that area, and you can get darker. Keep it going, fun piece for sure. Reminds me to work on mine, lol. Gotcha. I'm trying to be careful about the pressure. Like pressure of like light, or you mean like pressure of how much pressure you're putting down with your pencil? Both very important. You gotta regulate your pressure. Sometimes I have a bad habit of like working till I like just hit a wall, and then I'm just like, okay, I'm done. Like for only uses physical media. Do you know anything about H.P. Lovecraft? I know he did that like original cosmic horror stuff. Yeah, like I'm a very surface level enjoyer. Like I like the idea of like these cosmic horrors out there somewhere, the eldritch kind of Cthulhu's and sort of gods that hate us and some gods that are indifferent and sort of all of this sort of like it's all very lovely. I love it. Yeah, but yeah, you know. But I hear there's some people that I hear he's like, don't get upset at me. This is something I heard. I'm not. I'm just passing the message. I heard somebody say that he's like overrated, and there's like a lot of other cosmic horror style kind of books out there that are like a lot better. He was kind of like the first guy to like maybe tap into that energy. Um, I really do like honestly like I really like the idea of like space temples, ancient space temples or something. And actually, I'm probably gonna for my game, not to bring my game around, but I was sort of thinking of the big hook for the game being that you start the game out thinking you're mutants, like a human experiment gone wrong, and that's the main premise. The mutants turn on the humans, and so like that's what you think it is, but actually you end up finding out later in the game that your origins are of a, like from deep cosmos, and humans somehow captured sort of the essence of like some faction from some temple in space. They were able to teleport to and brought it back to Earth. And so what they're trying to do is actually escape humanity. Like the laboratories are actually just trying to gather enough energy to create like a teleporter to like get back to their like little homeworld. We'll turn it around and make the humans the bad guys again. I just saw an anthology horror movie. Pressure putting down with pencil. Have not used watercolor. Have not used watercolor. Yeah, I'm not doing watercolor. I'm doing the graphite mixed with water. It works. I mean, it's awesome. I reckon anthology horror movie from the early '90s. It's called Necromicron. Necromicron, apparently related to H.P. Lovecraft. He was really good, and the effects there were wild for as old as it is. Yeah. I recommend Pictures in the House by Lovecraft. If you like Hellbilly stories. Do you mean Hillbilly or do you mean Hellbilly? Necron was an idea from H.P. Lovecraft. I bought it. Came from an Evil Dead movie. Oh, nice. I read most of his stuff, but you can tell he ripped off Edgar Allan Poe. Wow, maybe heavily. Necrom Icon? Oh, okay. Every gothic writer does that. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you meant like Hellbilly, like Hellbilly. That's a good dude. That's a good picture name. Like if I should do like a Midwestern 1920s like hillbilly, like when people would walk barefoot or whatever with their like truck. Yes, like Backroads Hellbilly. Dude, Hellbilly sounds like a good like a good picture idea. Like a hillbilly, but a hellbilly. I don't. I only slept like 3 hours, so I'm doing my best. I'm hanging in there. I've never drawn something like it, but it would be neat, crazy idea. I've been thinking, I've been having some ideas in the back of my mind, rolling around, about like hillbilly kind of like mixing hillbilly, like mixing sort of Americana hillbillies with space exploration, like they're sort of kind of mutant-esque people, and they are sort of technologically forced to be stuck in like 1940s era technologically, and so they are dropped off by the main faction to create farmland. They just and so these mutant hillbillies, they're kind of, you know, they live on like this kind of rudimentary subsistence lifestyle, like farming land. They have like tractors, they have radios and stuff like that, and they just spread out. They like breed and they reproduce, and like their whole thing is like they're sort of the setup for the Empire to come in and like harvest the resources. But they're like genetically designed to stay at this technological level. They listen to the same like radio shows. It's like everything's like really odd, and then they have like basically, you know how you have like in like midwestern towns and like the old days, you'd have like that one wooden church. They kind of have the similar kind of structure, and just mix like like cosmic horror, space exploration, and hillbillies in like this one great idea. Somehow like get it in there. I don't know. I think that's fun. Reminds me of Texas Chainsaw Massacre Hillbilly Part. Yeah. Yes. That something like that. Not necessarily that they're bad or like crazy murderous. It's just more of like the oddity of an advanced civilization using kind of like this tactic of like just dropping these things off, and it's like, here, you guys build stuff, we'll come back, you know, kind of thing. And they're like sort of like religious zealots in the sense that they're like very stuff like that. There's a lot of interesting stuff. Lyric Okia, the skeleton looks fantastic. It's hard to draw. Yeah, I think I made a few mistakes on the skeleton, but we'll just have to forgive me. And we'll call this comic book Hellbillies. It's all about these like all of these like mutants that like it's about their lives and them trying to. When I was in jail, I tried to read some H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah. Dude, the only way I would become an avid. This is sad, but the only way I would really read more than chat and like just stuff online, like for me to become a book enjoyer, and I hope to God this doesn't happen, but like I'd have to go to print. Like that's the only way I would like actually like read a book, like sit down and read it, is like in jail. I think that's the appeal of reading period novels. You go back in time for a moment. Yeah. I'm not even sure if reading books is entirely helpful. I mean, I read like 3 of them in my entire life. Look at how it turned out. It's great. It's just winning. I got halfway through like a really big book one time. Like, I'm not even kidding. It was too many words. It's like, I get it, you know. I really got into reading the Idiot from Theodore. You forget like 90% of it. That's the other thing, is it's almost pointless to read when you don't retain any of the information. It's like it's so often that I'll be reading, and then I'll just notice that like I haven't been reading. I've been like kind of skimming the words, but I've like floated off into my own like little world. I'm like, okay, there's no reason to do any of this. It's just pointless. But it does offer an escape if you're the kind of person that gets enthralled by. Yeah, if you're that type of person, yes. I just think it's funny to be like the only person that takes a firm stance against reading. And you know what I mean? Because that's usually not the case, but I like to just I just like to go in the other direction, you know. I really got into popular vampire book movie, but then it lost me when it kept going into diary entries. Yeah, yucky. Yeah, I don't want to read that. You guys remember that? You guys remember that movie, Fahrenheit 451 or whatever the temperature that paper burns at? That was supposed to be the Fahrenheit. And the whole idea was that they got rid of books and they were illegal. And it was like there was a book and there was a movie, and then in the movie it's in England. I don't know where the book was, but how it was in the book, but it's like in England, and it's sort of like it's sort of how should I describe it? It's kind of like 1984. It's kind of like Equilibrium. It has like that vibe where you start, this guy finds a book, he starts reading, he's like, all of this information is in there, and he's just like, oh my god, we've been, and his wife is like she like hooks herself up to the TV, and she's just like in ecstasy of how good the TV is and stuff. Like they're kind of showing you like they are like super advanced, and like you can just be in leisure, and he's like, no, you shouldn't be. I don't know. It was sort of an interesting movie, but yeah, you could have books next to me or not. I'm just not gonna read them. I only read things that I specifically need to know. Like when I was working on my bike, I bought like a manual and I read through it. I had to do it. I had to read, but other than that, I don't really like care. Part of that. You don't read about something that you think is interesting? Don't you read about something that you think is interesting? I don't even mean in form of a book. Let it be an article. No, absolutely not. I'm not interested. Fact. Just don't care. No, like the thing is I'm interested in is like it's a reverse thing. I like to like do a thing, and so I have to extract information to do the thing. I feel like I have very little abstract interest in stuff. Like I just know about this thing. Let me go read about this thing. I mean, it is helpful to like, so you can like when you go to a party, you can like spit facts and stuff. Like it is kind of impressive. But yeah, no, I'm more driven by like if I want to do a thing, I'll go read up on how to do. But if it was just not that, then I just wouldn't. What's the movie? I forgot what movie. I used to read a lot of adult graphic novels. Were easier to comprehend. Adult graphic novels. Yeah. What the? That's the other thing. Is like, why aren't there more pictures in these books? I want pictures. I don't want words. No, but there's too many words and not enough pictures. I'm not a fan of speed. I'm not a fan of speed reading. I only have one setting, slow. It doesn't matter how I would like to read it. It's always on slow. I have a friend that does that. I'm not sure she remembers or even enjoys the book. Yeah, I don't. There's no point in, like, yeah. First Transit, welcome, man. Later in life, I got big. Yeah, I would be into graphic novels if we had like a nearby comic book store or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I would read books with pictures. The only graphic novel I had was The Crow. Interesting. You know, I did have a comic book when I was a kid. It's like my mom got it for me, and it was like it's so disappointing too. Like, you know how when you trust your parents to go do a thing for you? You're like, when you're a kid, you're like, go, like, if you let your parents pick out a game for you, you're gonna end up with something lame to play for the next 6 months. Lame. And that's how I remember it was, like, some historical, like it was a comic book, but it was like about lame history. And I'm just like, ugh. Like, I want, you know, when you're a kid, I want, like, Spider-Man or like something, like. But yeah, she got me a comic book, and it was like, you might just, yeah. But I will say that she did get me Heroes of Might and Magic 4, and that took me on a different trajectory in life. I had, like, my mind was blown. Got you, Tab. I'm here to do your thing. Thank you, First Transit. I appreciate that, man. Most of what I had was traditional comic book. Yeah. Don't give your kids lame stuff, guys. I'm happy if I remember a set. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I got a question for you. Go ahead. Go ahead with the question. I remember when I wanted Power Rangers for the Sega Genesis, and my grandma got me Sega CD game. I was being a whiny little asshole all day. No, you have... Yeah, no, that would be heartbreaking. Like, I totally understand, right? Like, when you're a kid, and you're like... Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I were to trust my parents, like, to go get chocolate, they would get, like, dark chocolate or something. You know what I mean? It'd be the worst version. It's like that genie kind of thing where you wish a wish, but you didn't phrase it just right, so now you're getting, like, the lamest version of it. That's how that's how everything works in that era of your life. It was it was Christmas? Then yeah, no. You have all the right to be upset. Yeah, no. That's crazy. That's almost emotional abuse. If we're being totally honest, like Christmas, you get like some lame game. That's almost emotional abuse. I had some tantrums back then. We were not appreciated. We were not appreciated of thoughts as kids. it didn't feel not appreciated. I just knew they would mess it up. Like I'm like I just know you'll get the wrong thing. My thing was that like I was distinctly aware of how poor we were, so like it was just pointless to even ask for stuff. Sometimes it was like, I know you would. My parents probably would have spoiled me rotten. They were just poor, which does have its advantages. TVgirl.com. I really love Skeleton. Even made my own OC out of it. Nice. Don Kramer says hello. Hey, Don Kramer on YouTube. Sorry, all the chats suddenly started moving really fast. Do they have big size of tone paper? I have sizes 11 by 4. I use 9 by 12s. Big size of tone paper. I have size. I feel like that is big. 11 by 14 inches. That's quite big, isn't it? To go bigger, you'd almost have to get like that brown paper in a roll and just cut out a piece you need, because like I feel like 9 by 12 covers everything I need. Like 11 by 14, like that is large. That would take me forever to like cover all that. Sorry if I missed the comments, guys. The chat is moving really fast, and because I'm holding a wet thing, I have to move. I can't stop. I'm in the sauce right now. I'm in the trenches. I'm really enjoying this mixed media paper because it's really holding up against this water usually, and I'm trying to be very not greedy with how much I'm putting down, but still it's holding up spectacularly well. Usually like you let any amount of water touch anything, you just immediately see the paper just warping. This is holding up really well. I should look up what it was that I bought, because this is like the best paper I've ever had. Everything in moderation, true. My dad whooped me. I think everyone on the street could hear me screaming. Same. Blood girl, yeah. Not to make light of that, but yes. Can't get away with that anymore. These kids will go report. My white drawing paper, big size for that is 18. But my white drawing paper, big size for that 1824. That dude, you draw on paper that big. That's big for a white drawing paper. I want that in the tone. I would just punch it into Google, but I kind of doubt it that you're gonna find it's I have a hard time, like, I guess the way I draw, I have a hard time, like, even covering that kind of space. That would take forever. I can't even get out of the 9 by 12. I feel like, I'd have to do a multi-month project, like, to cover that kind of distance. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm just shocked that anybody, like, draws it, like, on the scale that big. Paper craft may be too thin, but you can ask, yeah. I'm gonna have to get more. I'm gonna have to make more of this. This is awesome. This whole graphite water thing. What a like a new revelation, life-changing revelation. Do I still have tea? No. You see the characters I draw, it requires that size. Oh, they have to be that. Gotcha. No, you're right. Yeah. I don't know how you could draw them any smaller. They have to be like gigantic. No, I gotcha. We all have different preferences. Yeah, I would just punch it into Google. I just know you can go like one size above the with Strathmore. You can go up. You'd probably have to order specialty paper, to be honest. Like, I don't know, 18 by 24. Yeah, I would just punch those numbers into Google and see what it shows you. I got a huge sketchbook for that reason. You can always decide to go smaller or bigger. But here's my pushback. Okay, let me push back on the big sketchbook. Is that once it becomes inconvenient to move around with it, you'll just never grab it. That's my only pushback on that idea. Is that like once it gets to a certain size, it becomes like, yeah, I don't really want it, it's too big, and then it's like just ends up sitting there. That's why I recommend, and I still don't do this, I'm just, in theory, if I did walk around with a sketchbook, I would carry something that I can comfortably fit into like a cargo pant. You know what I mean? Like, not obviously normal pocket is too small, but like, you know, those pants that have that big square there, like something of that size. Otherwise, you're just never gonna leave your house with it. Very true. I'll lug it around like I'm saying. Oh, you do? Really? You're like I didn't want to make a religious comparison, but like you're like Christ carrying your burden. You're just like with this notebook on your back, like with straps, and you're just like carrying the weight of it all. No, I get it. I'll just be honest. Once something's inconvenient, I'm like, nope, can't do it. That's in the past now. Or Cyphorus. Is that the guy with the rock? Is that the guy holding the thing? Better comparison. Yeah, one of the Greek guys that holds. Yeah, the rock guy. Yeah. Part of the reason I don't have a notebook to carry around is like I only leave my house to go to McDonald's and back. You know? The dude that doesn't let go of shit? True. That guy that constantly... No, aren't they two different guys? The guy that pushes the rock uphill and the guy that is holding the world up. Those are two different guys, right? Or am I getting my mythologies mixed up? Atlas, yes. That I think Atlas is the guy holding the world, right? And then the Cyphorus or whatever, Syphilis, I forget his name. He pushes the rock. I do appreciate I do appreciate him holding my entire world on his shoulders. Very kind of him. Uh, Prometheus. I'm forgetting. Prometheus is he brought knowledge, right? Fire represented knowledge, and he brought it back to humanity. That was his great sin, and it angered the gods. If I remember my mythos correctly, but I wouldn't quote me. Like I said, I learn everything from like I'll watch a movie and then I'll like learn like one thing. You're literally mixing up two different Greek myths. Prometheus was chained to a rock. No, I thought Prometheus, that was the whole metaphor for... Was it? Is that true? While Syphilis was pushed a rock? Who brought the fire down? I thought it was... Was it not Prometheus? Syphilis? Yeah. I'm gonna say it wrong on purpose to make like the Greek nerds like angry. You're Syphilis guy. Like, what's he up to? Syphilis and Atlas are two famous figures in Greek mythology, pushed by gods with eternal heavy labor. Sisyphus must push a boulder up a hill. Atlas must hold up the sky. Right. But I'm saying, who was the Prometheus? I could have swore he was was he not the guy who angered the gods by bringing knowledge to humanity? They're both holding things? Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta look it up. It doesn't matter. It was a long time ago anyway. They both have syphilis, yeah. Well, I was right. Yes, Prometheus bringing knowledge and fire. See, I knew because, and I only know that because of the movie Prometheus. And I had learned that was the metaphor. Like the metaphor of sending Prometheus, right? That's what they call the ship. And it was to find the origins of human life, right? That was the whole metaphor. That was why I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I don't know. By the way, what a great name, though. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a, like, a pretty badass name to, like, give to somebody. Maybe I'll name my kid Prometheus. I forget and confuse Greek-Roman lore often. Well, the Romans stole everything anyway. They appropriated their culture or whatever. You know what I mean? They admired the Greeks and they stole a lot of their paganish kind of stuff. My nephew's name like that? Isn't that a Transformers name? My nephew's to name something like that? Yeah. Atlas is definitely a cool. I'm surprised that you don't see that more often. You see it in like video games, like naming like a company Atlas or something. Like you see it there, and like ships and stuff, but you really don't see it. I'm surprised more people don't do it. My niece is huge into Greek mythology. I told her my favorite was Antigone. Antigone. She looked at me serious as a heart attack and said, "Why? Why is that your favorite character?" I remember Antigone fought to bury her bro. Antigone. Well, I said it half right. I said it half right. Part of the Od- Odious tragedies. You know what would be a really cool name? There's this game that it's like has a like a Greek name to it. It's like a boomer shooter, and it's like it's very cool. But it's called Proteus or something. Proteus. Wouldn't that be a dope name to give to a kid? Like Proteus. That is a great name, isn't it? I don't even know if it's like a real word. I think they just like threw in Latin sounding like something or something. Proteus. Yeah, that would be dope. You know. But then like you're almost forcing you're forcing your kid to like live up to a name like that. It's like what do you? Because like a Jake can work at State Farm. Proteus can't work at State. You know what I mean? Like you're like forcing like this whole. Lyricokia says, Yuri, have a good night. Thank you, Lyricokia. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I think she left a while ago. I just didn't see the comment. I remember vaguely the story of Antigone. I just recall it from when I took a mythology class in college. Yeah. props to anyone who keeps up with the storyline. The main thing is that it's a story about incest. What the? And Antigone is one of Jocasta and Oedipus' offspring. Oedipus' offspring? Gouges his eyes out. What the? That's all I remember. Wow. So basic. Is that because they're gods and they want to like? Is that because they're like god? They have babies with them within the family to keep the powers. So basically, about what happens when a tragic event happens in the family and follows into the next generation. Cursed by gods too. Yeah. You couldn't. Why couldn't they get Elliot Page to play a role as Antigone? That would have worked. Are you talking about the movie or whatever? Odyssey. I haven't seen it. I might see it, but hope it's good. Yeah. I'm not super motivated, but it seems like it's only worth seeing if you're gonna like if you're gonna go to the IMAX kind of thing. So I tried reading the entire Bible, but I forget the story. I made it a little bit in. Yeah, I tried reading the Bible at one point. It was I didn't make it super far, but I gave it a shot. I can't recall the name of the man for some reason. I have a broad understanding of it. I'm missing a lot though. Gotcha. Are they really 31? It is. I do like when people can spit game. Like they have the Bible verses like remembered, and they can be like Leviticus, John something, and it's very impressive when people can do that kind of stuff. Out here, it's a big thing in the Midwest. Like being able to like spit Bible facts. It's like, yo, this guy. The ham story, yeah. A lot of rowdy stuff in there. We Are Saints. Ham story, the guy sleeps with his father. Whoa. Ham story, the guy sleeps with his father. What the? We Are Saints. Maybe I shouldn't be reading history and all that stuff. What the? I don't know about that. I enjoyed Inferno, Dante. Maybe I need to read Dante's Inferno. I've heard good things about that book. I heard that's like one of those in the top 10. Kind of crazy. Someone imagine hell. Yeah. Yeah, I'm loosely aware of Dante's Inferno and stuff like that. Just like I'm a lurk around, still around, just building furniture. Oh, gotcha. Just a comrade. Yeah, have fun building. Are you? Well, never mind. You're busy. I don't want to distract you from your furniture building. No problem. Literally just bought random pieces. Gonna connect them by how I feel like. Oh, well, that's the way to do it. Yeah. like Legos. You have to be street smart. Sorry, people will take you for a mile if you give them an inch. Hmm. Creative with spacing and all that. Nice. Creative with spacing and yeah. Maybe it was a little bit of a I don't know. Now that I'm looking at it, like maybe it was a little bit of a mistake to go down the road of like, let me zoom out a little bit because I feel like we're just staring at this one corner. I mean, I'm happy with the progress I made, but I feel like because I kind of went back into that corner, I kind of didn't get a lot done, but I'm not street smart, so I stay in. Yeah, that's what I do. I don't have the street smarts. I leave my house. I go to McDonald's and run right back inside. Sometimes I get groceries. Yeah. I almost think I may have walked into a little bit of a pickle just because of it's almost like I'm doing this and it's becoming darker than this. And so I'm like, uh-oh. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to like do the paint stuff. I don't know. I'm getting a little concerned at how dark that corner is getting, but it still looks like a mess. That's the issue. I have to like somehow fix the mess and then come back over here and re-establish the darkness there to make it all make sense. I feel like I may have walked myself I got a little overzealous, guys. I got a little overzealous. Not today, Satan. When we moved out to a new area on my own, I had to learn the hard way. Yeah. But bugging in again, technically. That's financial smart as long as it's just make coffee, of course. Here's the big trick. Here's what they don't tell you. Okay, you know how they have like the ice creams and stuff like that at McDonald's? Here's what you do. When you pull up to McDonald's, you say, I want the cone. I want the $1 cone. Not the frappe, not the whatever. There's like, everything else costs like $5 to $6, like those drinks or whatever. It's like the cheapest thing they have, and it's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's vanilla, it's in a cone. It's like, but it's like a super, like, what costs $1 anymore for a treat, right? Like, so, treat yourself to that. Get yourself a $1 cone. And then, yeah, if I'm really lazy, like if I'm just like, I'm just gonna be lazy, I get like two cheeseburgers, two McChicken sandwiches. Uh, yeah, like a lot of times I'll just swing by and get that. If I'm just like in the area, I might just swing by and get a cone. It's always a little embarrassing, though. Just getting the cone, you feel like you're just like a little child. It's like, just give me the, you know what I mean? It feels like you're just, something about it, like it feels embarrassing to just buy a cone of ice cream and like that's it. That's all you're gonna eat. Yes, but and then come back once every few hours and get another one. um, I have a whole process to make my coffee. It's 3 tablespoons of different powders. Then I usually add a little bit of protein powder to sweeten it. Mmm. So you like, is that the, yeah. I couldn't imagine having it any other way. Have you guys ever tried like the butter coffee, like putting straight up butter in there? I feel like it didn't do anything for me. It just was like gross coffee now. You do that sometimes? I do like, gotcha. Yeah, I guess like the butter in the coffee, because like the butter has the whatever butter has. I saw some video recently of these people who will take sticks of butter and then dip the frosting in sprinkles. It was the most disgusting thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try that after the stream. I'm gonna have to try that. Um, add some calories and it does give it that consistency or oily kind of look and taste. Mmm. Yeah. Might have to try that one day, but I'm just not commit. Fully. I'm not fully on board. I might have to go make myself some more tea here in a minute. I've been out of tea for a while. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I might need to do a short intermission here. Go take a little breaky break and then like look at some memes on my phone. I don't know, I saw some videos recently of people who will take... Oh, I just read that. Sorry, 3 hours of sleep. Sorry, my bad. Literally just started reading the same comment. It really like... Have you guys seen that meme on Instagram where the guy takes he takes his he like fills up his car and he takes the hose, but it's like his gun and the thing explodes. It like really is like that. Like I feel fine, except that like I'm just like putting the wrong thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm just clearly driving would not be advisable right now. Luckily, I'm inside my house, so which I have zero intention of leaving. If you don't come back from your break, we'll know what. Yeah, right. They got me. The most common one is seeing a ball hitting in the head. That's oh my god, that one was brutal. Yeah, the rock one was brutal. It was definitely funny. It's definitely within the spectrum of my humor, but yeah. Sometimes when I see a meme like that, I'm like, I don't know who to send this to right now, but like I need to find someone to send this to, but then like too many of my friends are like, you gotta you gotta tone it down. I try to do the quick assessment of like I think what happened today too is like I kind of tackled a really big area without fully because it feels like I everything feels like chaotic and dirty in this area because I took on such a huge space. I think that's why it feels like that. Does that make sense? I think that's why I'm like a little bit like it feels like it's not moving forward, but usually like you kind of tackle a little block and I kind of went really far and I think that's kind of why I'm having that kind of like why is it not coming together moment and it's just simply because like there's just a lot of surface area to do, like physically do. Guys, let me take a small break, like minutos. I'm gonna make myself some tea, some strong tea, some strong tea. Two pouches. And we'll continue. But I'm gonna take a break, look at some memes, go to the bathroom, and I'll be back. Five-ish, five-ish minutes. Well, I was gonna throw something in my stomach. I don't have any food in my house. I like all the food has to be cooked, and I'm like, ugh. I don't have anything to eat. It's fine though. I did a 3-day fast before. This is nothing. This is nothing. I'll just eat my tobacco leaves. Kamuwamu, welcome! Hey everyone, hey Kamuwamu, how's it going? Meat sticks? I'm all fresh out of meat sticks, yeah. Those haven't been around for a while. I usually get them from my parents. They somehow have them somehow. They have just stacks of them from somewhere. I don't ask questions. I really regret getting a little too excited about the paint now. I have to like fix. I kind of have to fix this now. Hmm. I'm a little bit perplexed because I made it so dark in that corner relative to everything else that it's like it's offsetting the balance right now visually, like by a lot. And so it's creating like this little bit of a conundrum for me. I'm a little bit confused about where to go from here, if I'm being honest. My hands are shaking from being hungry now. Yeah, I usually do. I think the other issue is kind of rendering a full page like this is sort of a new territory for me. So it's a little bit of a skill issue too. So, you know what I mean? It's like there's a little bit of a skill gap here where I'm just like usually I draw a character and then what I'll do is suggest the background with some line, I'll just kind of fill it in so you get the idea. Doing a full page, it's a little bit of a like it's a little bit of a skill issue, if I'm being honest. Future Oil, are you done with work, man? Did you win? Did you get that lottery ticket I told you? Let me know how much money we win. Pounding headache? Usually for me, a little bit of caffeine will like turn that right around. I wish, yeah. Just remember, Twin, when you win, I win. Maybe get a little coffee in you, I don't know. I'm gonna have to make these wires kind of dark too. Pretty dark. Because they kind of have to, like, I want them to seem like they're in the background, obviously, and stuff like that, so they're gonna be shaded in a lot. I'm just putting down the preliminary. I just kind of remembered something I forgot. This space right here, I was gonna do a row of wires, but kind of in a curve. Like the wires are like curve, going from here and then curving back around to those wires, and I kind of forgot about that. It like slipped my mind. I still think I have enough. I have enough there. I have enough meat there. I can like do it. I think, but that's gonna cost me because I kind of made it dark there now. But I can still do it. Future, you gonna stream later tonight? You guys should give Future Oil. He's in chat. Give him a follow. He does oil painting. is a future oil painter. Gonna stream. There you go, guys. Give him a follow. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Just make sure when that lottery ticket clears, just don't remember your don't forget about your twin. I'll try to pop in. Nice. One day, there you go. I do feel though, you know what is nice about like kind of doing something and being into it when you're like kind of hungry and you kind of go past that point, it does seem like your focus level goes to like the next level. And I do really like that feeling of being what do you call it, like in the moment kind of thing. It feels like that's uh, kind of working past the initial kind of I'm hungry kind of thing, and then just keep going. Then like 4 hours after that, it's like pure like focus. I've been on this workout: 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 jumping jacks since school ended. Improved a lot, but it's hell. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't work out myself because they told me to stop going to the gym. I was going to my local gym. They said like you're gonna get too strong, and they're like there's no point like in you even coming here. So I don't work out myself, but I do admire the people who are still they're still trying to get there. But yeah, no, I Hollow Rain says this is coming out nice. Thank you. It just needs a lot of cleanup. It just the paint kind of thing I did. It was a step in the right direction, but I got a little overzealous with it. Def, go back if you wanna. You would look Jackman. Yeah. What kind of paint? It wasn't paint. I used the this it says Conte A Paris. It's like this charcoal pencil, like it's just charcoal, and I scraped it into a little bottle cap and then mixed water and then used that to do it. You can go more rough. Would look good if the background is more rough and the details stay clean. Oh, you're saying keep it like textured, kind of. I did like at one point. I did like the way it was looking, like the texturing from the paint. It did look kind of cool at some points, but the reason I stepped away from it was like I don't like when it's happening and I don't like understand why the effect is happening, and it's like I don't want to rely on effects that I don't like understand fundamentally, like why I'm getting that effect. And so I would rather have a lamer effect that I like at least understand conceptually how I'm achieving it. So that's my thought process behind that. That's why I do not that's why I don't like it. Not because great things can't be achieved there, I just don't understand how consistently. So Conte breaks easily too. Yeah. Well, it's like not a lead. It's like powder, like substance in a lead form. It's good for loose sketching for sure. Yeah. It's actually more like a crayon, weirdly enough. I also regretted it, but it's only when it's mixed with that looks cartoony. That it looks cartoony. Mm. The other I think problem with like going down the gym rat lifestyle is that I kind of tend to get into stuff a little too hard, and if I were to like start going to the gym, it would start to consume my mind, and I just right now want to focus. I want to stay focused on like what's in front of me and the objectives that like I set. I think the gym is something that it should be something that comes back when I'm in a different phase of my like life. Right now is like not a time like lifting metal right now is not going to help anything. Like, you know. So, I mean, it's a little bit beneficial. Sorry for touching my nose so much. It's like my whiskers are getting too long and they're touching my nose. Um and so yeah, like you know what I mean? It's like I'm all for it. It's just that like there's there's only so many hours in the day, and I try to use them up. And so one day I'll turn around. Like it's the same thing with motorcycling. It's like yeah, I enjoy it. It's just the problem is you know there's a time and place for all that stuff, and right now is not it. I think for me. Lifting metal, yeah. I do like the relaxed feeling you get from it, from like working out. I like that, like you just feel kind of like super duper chill for a while. I like that for sure. You started getting sick, they didn't have good cleaning equipment. If you have a good racetrack near you, yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, it's not a huge factor. I don't think I've ever picked up like a skin rash from sitting down in somebody else's sweat or something, but I don't think about that too much. But um, it's definitely like probably something that should be taken into consideration. Got a sweet gaming chair in the mail. Gonna work on building it. Nice, man. Yeah, I need to replace my chair for sure. It's been long overdue. My chair, I don't know if you guys have noticed. Wait. You guys see that? It's a little bit on. It's seen better days. I need a new gaming chair, but I don't want to pay for it. Like that's the problem, right? Like, it's all right. If you can get the cross-legged one, what the? What kind of store are you going to? What the? I've seen some pricey chairs, but worth the investment. The I'm not sure I've seen dude. I've had a chair from, I think it was like, called I forget like what store. It was like some generic office store, and like they sold like an office chair, and so I bought one. Like this was when I was like living with my parents, and it was the best chair I've ever owned. It was like super duper comfortable. I could sit in it for hours, and this one doesn't hold a match to it in terms of like comfort, even though it was like way more expensive. And I realized that like it's hard to know like what it's gonna come down to. The only way to find out if a chair is gonna like be that chair that you're just like looking forward to sit in is you just have to test it out. And since then I've never been able to find a chair like an equivalent. They are just wider in seat size. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It felt like that chair was just it was meant for me, you know. It chaired for sure. First Transit, thank you for the Yoshis. I almost feel like on these wires I'm actually going a little too fast right now. I need to be a little bit more rendering and a little bit more take it slow, because it's tempting to be like, because this is like sort of a boring area, you know. It's like background wires, they like are important, but like that seems more important. So I'm over here just like, you know, fighting for my life, and out here it's like I kind of want to get it done, and so like I'm kind of making it worse for myself because I'm not treating it like I'm not treating this corner like I'm treating the center, and so I'm playing the corner wrong essentially. Like I need to just chill out and be like, these wires are gonna get done, they're gonna be awesome, and we just have to be patient. We just have to embrace that, you know, it is what it is. Like there's just a lot of area to cover, and think we're getting there, like, slowly. I guess I'm just having a hard time kind of cleaning it up. I keep seeing it being kind of, I keep seeing it not really be that clean, so that's kind of where my struggle is right now. And it, like I said, I think the issue is I should have been a lot more careful with my approach and just kind of move into the area slowly and just kind of, you know, I think when you try to like render up to like move into a big area and just kind of like do this, that, and the other, it kind of like takes a while for it to come back into like a good shape. And I think that's where I'm kind of like having an issue right now, is like bringing it home. You know, I'm seeing too much like visual chaos for me to be like, but I guess it's just experience. I don't usually do like I'm gonna do a fully rendered out piece on this. Like the whole page is gonna be, you know, actually just out of curiosity, let's see how dark that's gonna get there. Okay. Maybe I need to move on to this pencil here, and then just, because it's so dark, I can like blend this out and fix this kind of ugliness here. I still gotta figure out the paint thing. There's something there. There's something like behind this paint, like there's greatness there. I just can't. I'm just not good enough. I don't fundamentally like understand something, and I just, yeah. Every time I've tried to go towards paint, I end up kind of using it almost like I use it on the miniature model. Like I'm almost just hyper, you know, like the way I draw with them, like the way I draw with pencils almost. So it's almost like just there's no point in even using paint, because I can't do that stylized. I think there's a guy on Instagram. His name is Nick Verge, I think, and he does these crazy, amazing like watercolor people and skulls and like people, and it's like it's got to be like the best I've ever seen ever. And that would be like kind of what I would like to do, where you're brushing with like these bigger strokes, but it all like makes sense in this, you know. Whereas all I can do is just be like, okay, let's kind of put the brakes on and kind of go slow, and it ends up kind of looking like all my other artwork, in a sense that I render it out like slowly and methodically, and but I just don't understand how some people are really good at that kind of thing. If I remember his name correctly, I'm not sure. But that guy is definitely in the god tier territory of like art skill. Like the fundamentals are there, like clearly, right? But then like it's like super stylized. Like all the layers like work. It's not like yeah, just the whole thing is just amazing. Like what? Like when I look at that guy's artwork, I'm like, I feel like a hack. Like I'm like, damn, dude. Like this guy's like from a different planet, you know? You know, I was thinking the other day too. It was like, why my eyes get so much more tired when drawing, and I think it's I have a theory. I have a theory, and they don't get tired when I use the magnification lenses and I do my like miniature model painting, and I think it's because you're staring fundamentally at like a 3D surface and your eyes like readjusting, your eyes like focusing and unfocusing. Whereas like when you stare at like just a 2D space for like 6 hours straight, it's got to be like more bad for your eyes, right? Like at least that's a theory I have. I think probably navigating a 3D space is like better for your eyes because it's like designed to kind of autofocus and try and figure out. I'm still feeling very good about this. I think I just need to work through the difficulties, and I think we'll be good on the other side. I just think, I think I try to bite off more than I could chew, if I'm being honest. With like the amount of distance I was trying to cover today, and I should have just methodically kind of grew out of where it's good and just kind of like just work it in slow, you know. I think that's the mistake I made, is I got a little ahead of myself. But I'm gonna make. I promise you when I tell you, this piece is gonna end up looking good. Uh, but we gotta get. I'd be lying if I said some McDonald's coffee would be really good right now, or it wouldn't be good. Would like McDonald's coffee. None says Yuri, hey again. Hey, how's it going? Future Oil says, what the? How's it going, guys? I got really locked in there for a second, huh? I haven't talked in a little bit. Sometimes it'd be like that though. I still want to kind of sell the idea that there's like these wires going down here. So we'll kind of render those out eventually, but they'll be like really dark. Yeah, this whole kind of doing the entire background kind of dark, it really is kind of it's its own like skill, right? Like it's its own thing. I just haven't never really done it. Like I have done it, but not like this. Maybe I don't know. I did it on one character, and it did turn out good. But this is I feel like this is different. See these are gonna get like darker. Like I want to push them like visually definitively into the back, and these ones right here. Actually, I need to make this one thicker because it's gonna be closer now that I'm sort of thinking about it. I'm wondering, can you draw in public? Do you have? I mean, I could probably like. You mean like in a shopping mall or something? I mean, I probably could. I would rather not. Ew. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, I would rather not. I mean, I'm kind of drawing in public, right? Anyone can pop in here. In a certain way, this is in the public, but I guess you mean like more like actually in public. But um, I feel like I could. And honestly, part of why I think that is because I've been streaming for a little bit, and I used to get a little bit of anxiety. All that's gone. like after a while, like I don't know. I don't feel any internal anxiety anymore about. So it would probably be a little awkward, but at first, as it was when I first started streaming and stuff. Meow. All this time later, I feel completely comfortable. Like a lot of times I wouldn't. You know what I would do is I would kind of only stream kind of like the parts where I was comfortable with. Like I would set the base for something like and once I felt really comfortable that it was like, oh, this looks good, then I would just start streaming me like rendering. I like wouldn't stream the difficult part where you're like setting up the thing and setting the positions right. That's kind of like where your skill kind of gets exposed. And I wouldn't stream that part. I would just stream the parts where I'm comfortable. And then eventually I just kind of stopped caring, so. You're struggling with it? Well, yeah, I think it's hard to like do stuff in public. You get better at drawing. Um, like, cause you're like kind of learning to tune out stuff. Um, Possible. I think there could be an argument made for that. I think you could make an argument that drawing under pressure will do something for you. Even if that something is you just lose the ability to care about being judged, right? Like, even if it's not necessarily skill translate, not directly translatable to skill, even if it's just like, yeah, I just don't care anymore. It's still kind of good, right? Some privacy is needed in the beginning of something. Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, I used to. That's how I used to stream. Is I would only stream once like I was past the part that sucked, kind of. And now I stream the entire process. Unless, of course, like I get some idea and I'm not on the stream and I want to jot it down and I get carried away with it. Like in that case, sure, that does happen. But I'm just saying I don't, you know, have any kind of issues. Why are you drawing in public? Are you trying to draw in public? I will say, like those people that do like the cartoons, like they do portraits of people in a cartoony, funny way. It would be so hard to have someone be like this sucks, you know, like there's no like layer of protection there at all. You're just like out in public. That would be a hard thing to do, I think. Those kind of jobs, like that kind of street hustle. But if they don't like it, you know, you I tried drawing a bar, a bar, like like at a bar, like at a bar, right? Like where they serve alcohol. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It made people around you nervous. They're like, what is this person doing? Like, I don't think you made anyone nervous. I really don't think. Oh, because you were like looking at them. I see. I was about to say. I'm like, I highly doubt that people got nervous. But if you mean because you're like kind of looking in their direction, yeah, that would weird me out. That's like different though. That's um like I remember I went to like a park, like it's like a I was walking around in like a park that had like good nature scenes, and I was trying to like take photos of stuff, but like you can't because there's people on everywhere. So you like try to like take a photo like at an angle where you're like definitely not looking at anybody, but it's still like awkward, and then people are like trying to avoid being in it, and they're like, oh, let this guy take a photo. It's the whole process is like so awkward that in that case, yes, that's a different thing though. I would not sit sort of in front of people and like draw them, like or whatever, like have them in my scene. Like that would be kind of awkward. It's like we find out you were just like, but there was mirrors at the back of the bar too. Oh, okay. It was a double mirror situation. I getcha. It is what it is. I would not feel comfortable if I was situated in a way where people thought I was looking at them. Even if I'm clearly like drawing, it's still like that's not what I mean. I mean like you're drawing your own thing and people are walking past you. I don't think I would have an issue with that. That I wouldn't have a problem with. I like watching my back while I draw with the mirrors, but I think it made everyone so. Oh, you brought the mirrors. Well, that changes the entire situation. What the? I thought there were mirrors, and you just happened to be in an awkward spot. You're like bringing your own mirrors, like. Oh my god, that sounds creepy, especially in a bar. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to do it, but what the? Here I am taking your side the entire time. It's like you got like a strap to your head and like a car mirror off to your left. Just you're drawing and you got like a full on car mirror just right here so you can see behind yourself. I messed up, my bad. I'm socially awkward. No, you're good. You're good. It's just that like once the full context kind of like once you reveal the full context, I'm like, wait, what? It's still not that bad. I mean I don't know. Like I wasn't there. It all like it's very social situations are like very like nuanced, right? I don't know. I wouldn't bring like mirrors like like it would be so much funnier if we found out you had mirrors and you mounted them to like your head and then like complaining that people are getting like nervous. It's like, well yeah, because you're doing yeah. Have like a million eyes, like a spider studying them. Like a full helmet that makes your eyes look like bug eyes. All right, guys. I think I'm thoroughly pooped out for the day. I think we'll take kind of zoom out here. I think I need a break for today, but I think we're on. I think when I look at the overall scope of what has been accomplished, I'm very hopeful that we're on the right track. I think like I'm happy with what's happening here. I think the only thing that's bothering me is, well, I was very pro paint in the beginning, and then like I was like halfway through, I'm like, uh oh, it got really kind of dirty, and I think I need to figure out a way to use it. You know what I mean? The trick here is to keep using it and find a way to integrate it into the system, and not necessarily throw the idea out. But right now we're kind of throwing it out because we're just gonna like blend it until it looks nice. But yeah, I had a lot of fun today. We're gonna continue this. I think this is kind of new for me in the sense that I'm gonna do the entire page from top to bottom. Probably post it up for sale too or something. Try to sell it. See if it'll sell. People like Geiger, right? Anyway, I'm gonna raid you guys out. Thank you guys so much for watching. I super appreciate it. And all that stuff. But I gotta go. I gotta paint some miniatures. I gotta do some other stuff later tonight. I gotta start getting ready. Make some food too. I'm super hungry. I haven't eaten forever. But yeah, let me raid you guys out. Pew, 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 pew. Anthony Wheel art. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
How far forward can you put a person in their head before they topple over? And I think if I'm